I'm going to go to Dell first. Dell, if you're there, would you give me an update on what's going on?
Yeah, Trav, we're traveling into the western part of Sapulpa now. Intensities of the snow have came down, but we're still getting pretty steady snow. We had some bare spots on the roads prior to this, but now everything is packed. We haven't seen the plows out in a while, so if anybody is on the roadways, they need to be a little more careful now because things have definitely taken a little bit of a turn for the worse road-wise anyway.
Yeah,
back to you, Trav.
It looks really wintry. It looked wintry before, but this looks like cold wintry and snow blowing again. What would you estimate snow cover? Is it kind of hard to do right now, or what would you just generally say? We won't hold you to it. Did you put Dell on there?
It was about 4 inches at Kellyville. I was a little surprised it wasn't more as much as it came down, but it was still snowing fairly heavily back there, so those totals are going to keep coming up.
Okay. That's pretty wild. All right, thank you, Dell. I appreciate it. So we do have several hours of snow, and we'll probably talk to Aaron. Of course, I said we're going to talk to Alan in a little bit. First, though, we're going to go to radar, and then we're going to take a look again with some of those snow bands, and then go to Brandon this time. And Brandon has been across much of the eastern portion of the metro area. Brandon, what's going on in your area?
Well, Travis, here at 51st and 209th, here, let's take y'all a little time warp. You see all the snow here. Look at that. That's how hard it's coming down.
Yeah, that's kind of bizarre just staring at that. Alan's getting dizzy. I'm going to hold him up here for a second.
Yeah, so it's coming down. It's coming down pretty good. The snow tracks or the plowing of the roads is all covered over again, and I'd say we're probably close to about 3.5 inches here in Broken Arrow.
Okay, all right, 3.5. That's all, 3.5.
From where I measured at, it looks like there was a little bit of sleet mixed in with that as well. I had to kind of break through it, so I think, yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'm trying to just stretch it as far as I can because forecast a lot more than that. So that's my problem. All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it very much, Brandon. And then on radar at this time. I'm
sure we'll end up with some more.
Yeah, we are. We got a pretty good bands coming up. And then down to the south, man, I tell you what, I think Vaughn's been depressed a little bit just because of the fact it seems like it's all sleet down there. And so he is hanging out right now around the great city of Eufaula. Vaughn, if you would, give us an update from Eufaula.
I'm on 69. Haven't made it quite to Eufaula yet, but yeah, it's all sleet so far, and hopefully maybe it'll get a little changeover at some point in time between now and noon. But yeah, and I agree with all the road stuff. I saw my first semi that it was fully in the ditch a while ago on the southbound. So. It didn't jackknife or anything. It just looks like maybe he slipped off the edge of the road and couldn't bring it back. But that's the very first vehicle I've seen in the ditch, which is pretty amazing.
Man, that is, especially with you because you've been driving for hours and hours for us. So that's pretty crazy. All right. Hey, thanks, Vaughn. Greatly appreciate it. Once again, our storm teams continue to cover what's going on. Massive storm system. I mean, it's just unbelievable, the size of this. So it's been a long time. Aaron, what did you say? It was 2021, the last time we had a storm of this magnitude?
Yeah, the last time we had a storm that had, basically winter storm warnings that went from New Mexico all the way up into the Northeast, that was that February 2021 Arctic blast that had, warnings of this scope covering a similar area.
Oh, my goodness. And Alan, a little bit later on, is going to also share with us on the electrical grid and some of the things that are going on down in those areas. As far as most of the snow here in the area, you can see how that's coming in from out of the west. So the sleet is down southeast, so we're going to continue to monitor that. All right, so now we're going to talk to Mr. Crone because, Alan, you guys, you have some fun things here. Kind of, we have to blow off the snow off the roads, but you have something really fun.
Well, do you want to talk about the plows right now?
Yeah,
you want to do that?
I kind of do.
All right.
That's pretty good.
And then we'll show you some other things here. Give me just a second here. We're going to find this out.
What are we going to forecast?
Well, I don't know why that is not allowing us to drop back down into that.
Oh,
there. Try that right there.
Okay.
We're on 1.
Oh, psych.
Yeah.
There you go.
1.
All right, let us know about this.
These are snow plows.
This is fun.
They're snow plows. So this is from oksnowplows.org. So last year, the Oklahoma Department of Transportation had a contest that was open to school kids to name snowplows. So I don't know if you're aware or not, but a lot of states in the northern part of the country that have a lot of snowplows, they've had these types of contests over the years, and they would name them, and you know, you put them online, and you know, folks can kind of track it. So I had a contest last year. The public voted on some of the names, and these are just some of the snowplows that are in our immediate area right now. So you can see Salt Rim, Snow Big Deal, Blizzy Lizzy, Snow No Mercy, that's down at the southern end, and then Howdy Icebreaker. I saw one, oh, there it is, Life of a Snow Girl. You know, Taylor Swift, you know. So that's up around Prue and just kind of north of 412. Snowbee, One Kenobi.
I like that.
Yeah, so there's a lot of them there. So you can go to oksnowplows.org and check that out if you want to do that.
Aaron's a little sad though that what was it, Jeff? Was there?
Jeff, yeah, like all these cool names, and then there's just one named Jeff. Like, what's wrong with his?
Well, Jeff is right actually in the metro right now. Yeah. You see it right there? Yeah, Jeff is just the Joker, and there's Betty Whiteout. Yeah. Hey, Vaughn was talking about the sleet. You know, we've had sleet in McAllister for quite some time. This is the radar that we use a lot of times in, you know, severe weather coverage to look for tornadic debris that's being lofted in the air. This is the correlation coefficient part of the fancy dual pole radar. And because sleet has these different characteristics to it, basically if you see that little line there that kind of looks like it's very bright, that is basically the dividing line between sleet and snow. Basically, there's going to be a little carryover between some of that, but it's around Wetumpka to Eufaula. That part of the line is moving east, so areas along that to the east and south, it's mostly sleet, and then to the north, that is mostly snow that is coming down. So basically, the sleet line is progressing east. It is kind of dropping down to the south a little bit, so you can kind of see right in that general area. So that's why Pittsburgh County is still just kind of being hammered with sleet off and on, but that will change.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey, what about power outages while you got us while it's going?
We had power outages about 4, maybe 5 hours ago. Coweta had some power outages. And it wasn't a large number. We have not had ice accretion on power lines here in northern Oklahoma, which is good. To the south, it's different. We've had some freezing rain in McCurtain County, Hochatown, Brokenbow, Idabel area. They've had about 1,000 folks without power, 1,000 customers, but that number appears to be coming down. But notice also there's some shading there that's kind of, you can see it across northeast Texas. That's the Delta County, the Fannin County, Lamar County, Texas area to the south. And that's where more power outage numbers are anticipated. So 37,500 right now, Dallas-Fort Worth area, 70,000 Louisiana, and only 20,000 currently in Mississippi, northern Mississippi. I say only because that is going to come up. You can see all of those counties that are highlighted in purple. That is an ice storm warning.
That's awful.
And especially right in the middle of what parish would that
Ouachita Parish.
Ouachita Parish.
Are you talking about where Monroe is?
Monroe, yeah.
Ouachita Parish.
From Monroe and then all the way back around Oxford and Tupelo and some of those areas to the north and east.
That's just unbelievable.
Yeah, a lot of the model data is indicating about an inch of ice.
Pine
trees? A solid inch.
Pine trees could go.
Yeah. Well,
there's a lot of pine trees.
Stay that way for a long time.
All right, so I'm going to get a picture of all of us here. And Aaron, are you on there?
Going to get a picture?
There you go. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so we got a picture of us. Okay, that's all I wanted to see. All right, hey, are you on, where are you?
On 2.
Are you on 2? Okay.
Yeah.
You have some information for us.
I do. We'll get to the forecast. First off, we'll start with highs today. 12 in Tulsa, that's a new record cold high temperature for the date. 15 degrees was the old record. We're not close to, the record low is like 8 below. So 4 below, like we're even though it's cold, it ain't that cold yet.
Yes.
Monday morning, maybe.
I think the record is what, 7 above? It's like one of the
it's a warmer one.
Yeah.
So
that's sad when you say warmer.
Yeah,
7.
That's 7. Right now, it's single digits. It's 9 in Tulsa, teens, just a lot of cold weather. It feels like we're all well below zero, though. That feels like temperature would be a record low if that were the temperature, basically, or close to it. The snow sticks with us overnight tonight. Moderate to at times heavy especially through about 4 or 5 o'clock, and then it starts to break apart a little bit, and we'll start to see it slowly taper off. It's not going to be a fast deal. It's going to be kind of a slow process. And as far as what we could expect overnight tonight, many locations will probably get around another 4 inches. But a few isolated locations could get another 6, maybe 8, and that's on top of what we had yesterday, combining both waves. We'll see, but the cold weather is going to stick around. These negative wind chills will stick with us, and eventually we'll have wind chills of a balmy 10 maybe by Friday. It'll seem that way, I guess.
Yeah.
That's before another strong cold front moves in Friday, so that would be short-lived. But the snow, once again, we do have that overnight tonight. Notice, though, as we head towards the early morning hours, it does start to break up a little bit. We'll still have scattered snow showers, and we do see things that gradually wind down as we head toward the afternoon, but it will remain cold, but we might get up to 15 degrees. So there's some hope there. And then the clouds will clear out, and that would make way to a very cold start to our Monday morning. So a quick look, here's your extended forecast. If you want to see that all kind of put together, we do see things that will stay cold, but do hopefully improve with time. But we do have another shot of cold air maybe toward the end of next weekend, but maybe we can slowly melt the snowpack.
Now okay, hopefully that is the case. Alan, you've been looking, see if anybody's saying anything?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see specific questions maybe. Still a lot of folks are like, where did all the big snows go? Somebody's talking about a road that's not being cleared. Oh, somebody says, hey, I see AaronReeves has the coat off.
Oh,
yeah.
look
I take it off it could be a non-severe thunderstorm and I would take the coat off. Like me with the coat off doesn't mean anything. Like that has no bearing on the severity of the weather because
Aaron is the fastest meteorologist in Tulsa and maybe the United States.
If you see me 5 minutes before the show, I don't have a suit on. Okay. 5 minutes after the show, the suit's off. That's just me.
Hey, speaking about time, for everybody on the stream, we're going to do a cut-in here in about 2 minutes. So
I'm going to go set up on that.
Yeah, Travis will do that, and then you may hear our mics kind of drop out just for a second, but we'll be back with you in just a second here. Kelly says, Kelly commented, just drove from the airport down to 71st Memorial. Snow's heavy and accumulating well. So we appreciate that. So anyway, we've got more folks coming on here.
Independence, Kansas, I saw a question there. You guys might get maybe 2 to 4 more inches. Does that sound pretty reasonable?
I would think so, yeah. I think the areas more to the south will probably end up getting near 44, I-44 to the south. We'll probably have a little better chance. From what we're looking at right now.
Independence would be kind of on the lower end of that scale, but you might get a couple more inches.
Yeah, because what we're watching is this back edge of this band, and you can see, as we mentioned a couple of minutes ago, that sleet line, which is basically kind of near northern Pittsburgh County, so all of that blue right there, that's snow from Shawnee to Holdenville to north of Henrietta, and it's moving up into northern Multnomah County. It'll clip the southern part of Tulsa County. So areas to the north, there's still some snow around Enid and Grant Garfield County and Kay County, Ponca City. That will make it into southern Kansas, but it looks like that the trend for maybe a little bit more will be slightly more to the south. Okay, so we're just a couple of seconds away here from a cut-in with Mr. TravisMeyer on the News on 6. So he'll be with you there in just a second. We'll return to the stream right after that.
From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
All right, we're still getting that snow, and that snow we promised you, so you can vote for us. Anyway, we're talking about that snow will continue to move across the area tonight. It will taper off as we get toward morning and especially mid-morning. But right now we still have bands of moderate to heavy snows coming up. This is Oklahoma City, obviously, and then up to Tulsa area. And because of that, that is banding and moving up in our direction fairly well. And because of that also, we do have some moderate to occasionally heavy snows. At this point, we do have Dell located down to our southwest. Dell, if you would, give us an update in Sapulpa. What's going on?
Well, we're still getting pretty heavy snow, Trav. It's still coming down pretty heavily. Looks kind of pretty here in this new downtown section
Wow.
of Sapulpa. Roads are a mess, but it looks great.
It does.
Back to you, Trav.
All right. Hey, real quick update. How much snow do you have, do you think, estimated there in Sapulpa?
Well, I measured a few miles back. It was about 4, but I would say probably closer to 5 now here in Sapulpa.
Oh, man.
As steady as the snow has been coming down.
All right, good. And we'll probably see another couple of inches. I say good, but I mean, some people don't want that. But anyway, thank you. And then back to radar right now. So the areas that you see in gray, and we've been talking about this, but those are the bands of snow. Some of these are heavier than others, so just be advised that some of it'll taper off a little bit, and then it'll come back, and it'll be a little bit stronger. So again, southeastern Oklahoma, we still have some sleet going on in these areas. Vaughn, in the next hour, we'll be talking to him. Also, we are streaming, by the way, on our YouTube weather channel. And you can subscribe. It's free and all that. And also, we'll have information. We're streaming, of course, from our website and our app. So those are important things to have, especially as we get into severe weather season. So that's the latest of what's going on. We'll have more on our weather YouTube channel from Channel 6 coming up here in a little bit. In the meantime, we'll have more information for you as well. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised. All right, we're back, and we're doing our live streaming. Alan, Aaron, and of course in the morning, you'll get Stacia, Stephen, and Chloe. And so we're going to keep this going. And then at times when we're not talking and we're taking a quick break or looking at new data, we will be rotating a lot of our data so you can see it. We'll have some of our storm trackers live streaming as well. Some of those guys, we're going to have to give those guys a break a little bit too, because some of those guys have not had much of a break. And so we're going to be doing that. Speaking of which, though, before we get there, just in case you're wondering, we're talking again about a big storm. This is absolutely pretty cool to see, and not so great if you had to get someplace. We mentioned as well, with so much in way of icing and winter weather, it has really played havoc on any air travel and of course land travel. But this is a massive storm system. It's really hard to even imagine the amount of the United States is taking up, minus the fact that Florida doesn't have anything going on per se right now. That'll change with time. And you just see where the whole area of snow is located. And then just south of that is the icing areas. That will be inclusive of several locations. That is basically major hub airports from Charlotte and Atlanta and to near Dallas, Houston. They're seeing problems up at Chicago O'Hare. So it's just not been a whole lot of fun as far as that's concerned. All right, back into our area. Bands of snow continue across the region. The sleet is primarily down to the south, and that's where we have some conditions that are going to change for you, because you will see a little bit more snow as it starts to get closer to the colder air. To the north, that's where we find Bob at this particular moment. So Bob is helping us out at this time, and he had a fire earlier, and so let's go to Bob and find out what he has. Bob, what do you have?
Well, Travis, the snow up here is lightened up a little bit. I did take 3 measurements while I was in StaciaKnight. All 3 of them were 6 inches. So
wow.
We've got a half a foot of snow up here in the StaciaKnight area. Good news, they knocked that fire down pretty quick, so it should have minimized damage to that house. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Thank you, Bob. I appreciate it very much. And so, again, our guys continue to cover what's going on. You see a lot of snow in some of those areas. And then as well, we're talking about snow bands will continue coming in from the southwest. So that's right along the Turnpike area. And so the Turnpike has been slowed down a little bit. There haven't been any stoppage reports going on that we've seen on any of our traffic maps. But we do have Dell. Again, he's still hanging out in the Sapulpa area. We talked to him just a moment ago on Channel 6, but we're going to talk to him right now again. Dell, what do you have for us as far as what's going on?
A lot of snow. a whole lot of snow. It's actually we've gotten more snow here tonight than we saw all of last night. It has came down about 2 hours ago west of Kellyville. The visibility really got bad. We were having trouble actually seeing the road, but now it's just kind of tapered back to just a kind of a pretty snow. But this ought to keep the people who are snow lovers happy, you know, the ones who were a little upset with us that we didn't get the snow, because it's really starting to pile up now.
It is.
We're going to try to take a measurement here in a couple of minutes and get back to you on that and see what we've actually got officially here in Sapulpa.
All right. And there's
back
that
to you, Travis.
brand new high school and auditoriums and everything else that they're building. So that's pretty cool. We're looking at that. He's facing eastbound right now. And, yep, so those guys have to slow down, I suppose, a little bit because they've got some gaps in there. All right. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it very much, Dell, as always. And as far as what's going on across the area, as we said, in the metro area, we continue to watch some snow, and it looks like some of the heavier snows are down to the south again. So you can see around Broken Arrow, some of those locations are going to have some pretty good, probably inch an hour snows in some locations. Let's see what Brandon has to say about that. Brandon, what's going on here?
Yeah, Travis, we were just helping Light Horse and Broken Arrow assist a motor vehicle that got stuck in one of these snow drifts from the snowplow. So that the snow's starting to pile up. That's going to be a lot of the, you know, for the people that are out. You just got to watch those snow drifts because they're piling up pretty good, and we've seen a few cars starting to struggle. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the morning. And just to give you a quick update, I remeasured, and we've got about 4 inches in Broken Arrow.
All right. It's coming up a little bit. See, just a little prodding and asking and pleading. Thank you very much. So that's good. Hey, was that a front-wheel drive car, SUV, or was it just rear-wheel drive? Or I mean, is it pretty hard for any vehicles to get around right now or not?
No, that was a four-wheel drive, little sedan. But if you stay out of the plow snow drifts, because some of the snow drifts are pretty big. But the roads are still drivable. You just got to watch merging into businesses or off of from expressways to just intersections where plows have really piled up that snow.
Oh man. Yep. So that's what happens when you get some snow, and it looks like it's going to stick around. If you missed it, Aaron, a little bit later on, is going to share with us a little bit on the forecast of what he is seeing. So we're talking about a lot of different things going on. All right, thank you, Brandon. Appreciate you very much. And then down to the south, we still are getting a lot of precipitation. There's a few breaks that are lighter. You see in that kind of brownish look, or kind of a little bit of light brown, gray, and then the darker blues are where we're seeing the heavier precipitation. And it does appear that Vaughn right now is in a location where he has kind of moderate precipitation. Speaking of which, Mr. Vaughn, if you would, give us an update on what you see.
I think I found the snow.
Yep. Looks like it.
So earlier we were talking about, Alan was talking about looking at the correlation coefficient and he was dead on. When I hit north of Eufaula, it all switched right over, right from
Crazy.
from sleet to snow. So I guess he's a pretty smart guy. You might ought to keep him around a little bit.
Yeah, we
but,
just might. There's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the?
But
Is there very much snow? Though I mean, since it just started there, you don't have a whole lot of accumulation, right? It's more of the sleet nature.
yeah, well, I think there's more sleet on the ground than there is snow right now, but that's not going to take long to overcome with the rate it's falling. It's falling at a pretty moderate rate right now. Turn those off. That enhances the look of it a little bit, but still, you can see that it's falling pretty good right now.
Yeah, it is.
I'm coming up on Dakota. I may hang a right up here and take a trip down 40 to the east a little ways and just check out and see how it's looking down there.
All right, Vaughn, appreciate it. Again, to all of our guys, absolutely amazing for what you all are doing for us and keeping everybody alert to what's going on. Beautiful shot right now, gathering place. Snow continues to fall in some of these areas, so hopefully we'll snag some more snow for the kids. Alan has also a look, and he can share with us a little bit more of what Vaughn was talking about and what Alan was talking about. And then, Aaron, if you want to give us an update on the weather after that.
So we're back to, how did that thing get turned off there? Hey, we're back to the radar here. So, you know, way back in the day, you didn't have these fancy dual pole radar products, but you know, in recent time, you have these different products, and one of them is correlation coefficient. So it's able to see or detect different types of targets, different types of meteorological targets, different types of hydrometeors. It can detect many times when something is not a hydrometeor target. That's why, you know, at the top of the banner it says debris detector. But it also detects, you know, different shapes and sizes. And so sleet has kind of a rather uniform size in terms of the actual process of sleet compared to, you know, raindrops or snowflakes or anything like that. So you get these different values of this type of the radar product. So that's basically those bright colors is an indication of sleet. And you can see, I mean, there's some mixture, you know, it's not solid sleet across, you know, the southern areas, but it's pretty much sleet. And then when you pass the Eufaula area, the Lake Eufaula vicinity, and kind of go up to around Dutchess Landing and then get just north of Lake Eufaula, number 9 and Longtown and some of those areas, and go over to Warner, it changes. So what's causing this change? What's making this different? Colder air, slightly colder air at about, I'm going to guess here, probably 5,000 feet, is continuing to move slightly to the east and southeast now as the big upper level storm system, which is kicking out of eastern New Mexico and West Texas, is getting a little stronger. It's kind of lifting closer to us. That's the back edge of the trough. So areas to the north of that line, it should be snow, and areas to the south and to the east. For example, let's go over here and take a look. If you're around Lake Tenkiller, it just switched. So we had Tenkiller with sleet, and then now it has just switched over to snow. Stillwell, I think we had a mention. Aaron, look over there and see. I think we had somebody from Stillwell that's in the chat. So Stillwell, you're in the zone right now to where you're mostly into the sleet zone from Blanche and Cherry Tree and Stillwell. But then if you go up to England and Titanic and Proctor, just a couple of miles away, it's changed over to snow. So that's basically how that kind of works there. I thought I saw somebody from Stillwell.
I think that was a little bit earlier, maybe.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, that's kind of how that works. Let's take a different look. We've been looking at all sorts of radar products and all sorts of everything. Yep, go ahead.
Can we answer one question?
Sure, yeah, go
Somebody
ahead.
just asked if we could explain what a snowdrift is.
A snowdrift?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, for example, you might be able, well, no, you can't really see from here. Maybe let's take a different look. Maybe we can see one or two here. You can kind of see it a little bit there on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Do you see that? So because this snow is so fine and it's able to blow around quite a bit, the wind will blow that, and it basically just kind of piles up against something that can help it to pile up, like a corner, like your house. You may have snow drifts around your house. In other words, you may have higher accumulation in the corner of a house where the wind has kind of pushed that snow up. Yeah.
So as the wind blows around an object, it speeds up or slows down, and whether in places where it speeds up and slows down, it'll either pile more snow up or blow more of it away.
There you go.
And so the places where it slows down the most, going around different objects, you'll end up with deeper drifts. It just basically has to do with how the wind blows around objects.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's usually how it happens. Hey, here's the vapor imagery. I love showing vapor, you know, mid and upper level moisture. And there it is. That's the backside of the system, and it's kind of kicking out in this direction. So it's not going to be too much longer. I mean, relatively speaking, that this will start to pass the region, and it'll shut things down by late mid-morning tomorrow in terms of precipitation. But the cold weather, of course, is going to stick around for quite some time here. Definitely going to stick around.
Let's go to Aaron and get an update too, if you would, because we were kind of waiting on that. Can you get a forecast update?
Yeah, it's ready to go. Yep, go over to
quick.
2.
Yeah.
And so here's what we got. We'll start off with where we were today. We set a record cold temperature for today. So the record coldest high temperature that was the record was 15. Tulsa's high was 12. That's a new record cold high. We're not going to get the record low. That was -4. So we're a little ways off from that. But plenty cold. Right now we're sitting at 9 degrees in Tulsa, 5 in Ponca City, Coffeyville, Deering, Cherryville, Edna, Tyro, Independence, Caney. Up in that area, we're looking at temperatures that are in the single digits. Pryor 9, 18 in Poteau. Snow falling, sleet in southeast Oklahoma. Winds are out of the north at 5 to 15 miles per hour. So once we account for that, we are looking at temperatures that feel more like they're in the negative territory. It feels like -7 in Tulsa, -11 in Sedan.
Yuck.
It's cold. As far as the rest of the night, though, the forecast, snow sticks with us pretty steady through the middle of the night into the wee hours of the morning. Then as we head towards sunrise, it gradually starts to taper off. It'll be a slow process, but it may become a little bit lighter and a little bit more intermittent as that happens. And eventually it'll go away, but we'll keep the clouds for the afternoon before those clear out overnight. And this forecast graphic was basically really more from about 2 or 3 hours ago. So we probably would be about halfway through these totals, but we may see another 2 to 4 inches of snow probably would be realistic for a lot of places tonight. Local amounts could be a bit higher than that, maybe 4 if you get under a higher band, with that being added to what we had already seen before. So that gives you an idea. And as far as kind of what we expect going forward through the rest of the evening, we do see once again things that are going to continue to be very snowy. We're going to see those temperatures continue to be generally in the single digits and low teens. Those are not going to change a whole lot thanks to the clouds and the moisture and the wind, just kind of keeping things from radiating off into space as far as the temperatures go. But notice by 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, we do see that back edge of that snow starting to move through. That kind of pinwheels out of here by around lunchtime to 1 o'clock. We keep the generally cloudy skies, but you'll see that clearing line approaching from the northwest. That's going to make way for a very, very cold start to Monday. A lot of places potentially could be below 0 as the snow gets on out of here. The snowpack helps set us up for that when you get clear skies and light winds. Cold Monday afternoon, but then we'll be less cold for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday before another blob of cold air decides to descend its way down from Saskatoon and bring us more pain and cold weather. And
can you stop that? Because I think people will be. Well, you're the one that'd be most affected by that, probably.
I'm not a fan of cold weather.
Yeah.
So it's just
I don't
not
have
my thing.
well, I don't have any problem with it, but then again, I'm not working outside.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
Yeah, when you're having to go out and break ice for cows and deal with that,
It's true.
do anything else outside, that's not a whole lot of fun.
Yeah, the older that I've gotten, it's like I'll take cold over hot.
I saw some guys.
Yeah.
You know?
I saw some guys yesterday afternoon framing a house, and I'm like, that looks awful right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. See.
Well, I mean, that would be cold. They were up on the roof.
Either one of you gonna, as soon as we're done here, want to go home and help me feed cattle and check them?
No, that's okay. Hey,
Fair weather friends.
in our OQ, downtown streets were pretty bad. The ideal, okay. Tisdale had 1 lane each way. Let's see here. There's some other folks here. Be careful on the highway. Folks are speeding. They're swerving. Just past Sperry, the back roads are. This is from from the hand. Everybody has handles on these.
Oh.
You got to have a handle on to be a part of this, and that's what. Yeah, you got to have a handle. So there's different names. Like here's Manuel Weather. There's D-Man 2314. So
and
you know.
we're talking about YouTube. Yeah, obviously, because you're probably watching.
Because
it on
you're
YouTube.
watching.
I don't know if we're streaming on any. I think we're streaming on our own platforms.
It's, kind of like with severe weather, we have all those little sayings. Speaking of driving here, when a tornado you see, go to a safe room to flee, or turn around, don't drown. Right. There's one for winter weather, and the people that are speeding need to be aware of this. In ice and snow, take it slow.
You heard it here. Wow.
Yeah, you don't.
That's deep.
You got it. Okay.
So
this was from the handle U-Troll. This is the guy U-Troll. Just past Sperry. Back roads are deadly, but the 75 highway is starting to become hard to see. And what's scary are the people speeding.
See, that's another one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because a lot of people, and especially when you have four-wheel drive.
You think that you can just, when you hit a slick spot, your big four-wheel drive truck will slide just as good as any other vehicle.
That's true. They can save a lot of things, but you can also get in a lot of trouble with them because you get too sure.
Okay, here's a question for you. This is from Kenton Brown. The burning question, are you guys spending the night at the station?
There's some that are, some have a hotel room that's about a block or two away from here.
Right, yeah.
So they're the lucky ones because we're just here all night. We're on the all-night show.
Yeah.
Well, we'll eventually trade places with the morning crew that'll come in.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll
So we
shake
do.
their hands.
We do like 12,
I thought
12 on
that
12.
last night, this morning.
Yeah. So it's 12 and 12 basically when it's severe weather. 12 hours on, 12 hours off. So.
Mm-hmm. And then some of us go on home. I have to go home because I got to go feed some cattle or check on some that are trying to have baby calves.
I think somebody mentioned that over there too. Maybe not calves, but lambs, I think.
Yeah, okay, yeah, because this time of year, they can get, basically they get cold really fast, and if they drop into snow out of their mama when they're first born, they got to take care of them quick, and if they don't get up, babies are pretty much, if you have a, maybe you got, hey, you need a little bit of animal husbandry here. So that's 10 cows.
Okay.
Okay.
I grew up with cows.
Yeah, okay.
I've dealt
Did you know that most babies from a fat cow that's fed well end up, sometimes it's harder for them to give birth just because they're a little bit heavier set. But for the most part, a fat cow has a fat calf. And so if you have a fat calf, it has better insulation around it, and so therefore they can handle the winter weather better, especially if they're born during the winter. So that makes sense. But if you have a skinny cow that has a skinny calf, those are the ones I'm worried about. I have a couple older cows that are kind of skinny, and so they're getting ready to have calves in the next day or two. So that's what I'm worried about, because then they get hypothermia, and then they're in trouble and they can die.
We talked about this last night. Have you ever taken one of your baby cows and put it in the front of the truck and turn the heater on?
Yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. That was mainly growing up. Now I take them into the back porch area because I'm close. I have them birthing kind of close to the house.
Okay.
And then you also put them on the four-wheeler, and then I have my wife holding it, and then I'm driving, and then the mama cow follows it so we can bring it up toward the house.
Okay. Speaking of your wife here, there's another question here. Give me a second. Give me a second here. No, it's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
This is from EMT 5451. Travis, is your wife having to break the ice on the ponds?
Not yet. We have a creek that runs through, so that's keeping the water from getting iced up. If I didn't have that, yes. But we also have tank water heaters. Problem is, then you have to make sure the tanks are full of water, and I don't have any underground piping that gets real close. So I have to run a hose to some of these pipes, and then the hoses will freeze if you're not careful.
Hey, out of the two other people here, who has helped you work cows before? Huh?
I haven't yet.
Who's smiling? I've got pictures to prove
That's
that.
true. That's true. That's true.
Yeah, he did come out. And Aaron, we need.
Aaron, it's your time. You're coming up next.
We do.
The thing that makes it, he lives close to you compared to me. That's the only complicating factor.
Oh, I see. That's a big factor. You can run down there.
I could.
It's like he doesn't even need a car. The way
Bixby Band Mom. Hey, we appreciate you logging on here. Bixby Band Mom says, hope you take pictures of the baby and share it. Is that going to happen?
Yeah. You didn't get that email I sent you.
Which email?
The email of the cows when I fed them this afternoon.
It never came through.
It did?
No.
I was going to show that to them.
Did you hit send?
Sometimes emails vanish into thin air.
Sometimes that happens.
I didn't know that.
Sometimes that happens here.
Okay, I missed that one. So I'm gonna go back and hit send again. So we'll see if we can get that. Yeah, it was supposed to be in your email. I had some place where I was feeding them.
Hey, so are there two channels, or is this the only one? I assume from Nora Peace or Nora Purse. I can't see all the way over here. The question is maybe about the YouTube channel. We have several YouTube channels.
Yeah, that can be confusing.
It can be confusing.
Yeah.
Right. So what you're watching right now, I think, what you're watching right now, because we also may be streaming on different channels as well. But I think you're watching the News on 6 weather YouTube channel.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a news one, and sometimes the news one runs the weather stuff too.
Right.
And then there's like specialty
It can
ones.
get
Like,
confusing.
Should we stop talking?
No, I don't know.
there's specialty ones as well that have like Route 66 stories,
Right,
or like just kind of whatever different things you're looking for. They're kind of specialized.
Yeah, and it's growing. I think you're going to love it. And there's so much history with Channel 6, and we have so many videos. And I mentioned Lori Fulbright. Was that last time? Maybe it was earlier today.
Yeah.
Lori Fulbright's doing this, the Fulbright Files, it's called. I think this is going to be absolutely amazing because she looks at, she's our crime reporter, the main anchor, and then also she has the inside scoop on so many stories. So many people confide in her, and it is really amazing some of the things that she finds, and she can tell us, and she'll bring back things that have happened historically in the last multiple years that she's been here. So check that out, Fulbright Files, and then she'll be dropping those, I think, one every 2 weeks. Is that what it is?
I think. No, I can't.
Because they're brand
recall.
new, pretty much. So this is kind of new.
And she's got a lot of them, what we say in the can, that are ready to go.
Okay.
So,
yeah. And then tell them about some of the things that you've been doing and all of us have been doing as far as setting up our weather channel, as far as the things that, different stories and stuff that we're doing and you're doing.
Yeah. So at the website, the main website, newson6.com, you can go there, and above where the weather forecast is typically, there's a weather story. We kind of just write a lot about the weather, but we also have little stories that might be of interest occasionally, like, what is a tsunami? If there's a tsunami that happens, we'll write something. Okay, well, what is a tsunami? So we write it, we post it. So we have all these different little things there that are kind of just, we're putting those into a library as well, so you'll be able to go to it.
There's some cool stuff. Alan's done a lot of great stuff, and StephenNehrenz has done a lot of great stuff. And it's not always national. It's a lot of the stuff is local and how it affects us and all that. Anything else before I'm going to go back and talk trackers for getting up?
One of the people watching from Norman would like to just see a statewide radar shot real quick, just to kind of see the perspective of what's
Let's do that.
I got it on 2.
What we're going to do is, thanks for watching, Norman. First of all, is this the latest? Yeah.
I don't know, which one are you on there?
It's on.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So there is it is still a great conveyor belt. So you guys still have some pretty good chances of snow. There's a few of those you can see those little white spots. Those are where it's a little bit lighter. And so it just quits for a little bit, but these are bands. So these bands will be heavier, and then they just kind of keep moving, and they'll keep moving to the north and to the east. Eventually, and if you want to, you could also back off to the southwest just a tad bit on that, if that's possible. Yeah, there we go. And so some of this that's out in the Texas Plains area and almost down Permian Basin, basically, that is all on a trajectory that should take it up through here. And Aaron was telling us about how that's going. The main part of the storm system's still out west. We did have a report, I think, if I read right, emergency manager said he had thunder down in Okmulgee. I don't know for sure, but I think that's what he said. And Alan, you mentioned that there had been some lightning with the storm system out to the west, because it's a very powerful storm system.
Yeah.
So there's some snow that was in Colorado or into New Mexico, so that's welcome news. So you guys, this is still a stream that's going to be headed up across the area. The backside here, I do want to point this out. That backside there that I just said, that is moving more easterly, so that'll shut down our precipitation from the northwest, and then we'll get squashed here in northern Oklahoma, northwestern Oklahoma, and the snow will be ending. And most of that's light anyway. Anything else there before we?
There's all kinds of things. There's still some folks that are kind of complaining, about the snow, about the forecast, about the dry air that cut into a lot of that yesterday. And we get that. We understand that.
I was pretty bummed too.
We understand that.
Yeah.
Laura, former Tulsa, watching from North Carolina. Yeah.
She's a Tar Heel.
Yeah, Laura says, wish we were getting your snow. We're getting the ice here.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
getting the ice here.
right.
Somebody asked the question, do I miss working with Leanne? Sure, I miss working with Leanne. And then, do you miss talking about the hippos? Not really. But yes, I do miss working with Leanne. Yes.
Yeah, but Leanne's seemingly always doing something. You just had a birthday, by the way. Happy birthday,
goodness,
January birthday.
Yeah.
And then
we're always after each other.
yeah, his
One guy
place
has
was
the
blown
same
up.
question as me. When can I golf again?
Oh yeah, who is that? I can't. Can you see that?
Canton Brown.
Canton Brown.
We're on the same boat, Canton.
What do you say? He wants
When
to
can
golf?
I golf again?
Wow. Now, great.
Probably
Great
maybe
Aaron, yeah.
toward the end of not this week, but the next week maybe.
Well,
we gotta
yeah.
get this snow melted. It's gonna take a while.
You've seen those folks like in Minnesota and the Dakotas. They'll be out there golfing at like
Doesn't
38, 39. So
I'll
I mean,
play golf in the 30s.
Yeah.
We just gotta get rid of the snow.
Okay, I
Can't see
understand.
the little
Right. Yeah.
white golf ball at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Now Aaron's going to
Hopefully the week after next.
You're not going to Costa Rica anytime soon, are you, though?
I might.
Somebody asked if
Looks
I was.
appealing.
I'm sorry, Aaron. Somebody asked if I was a pilot. No, I'm not a pilot. I would love to be a pilot, but no, I am not a pilot.
Nope. And I took pilot lessons for a little bit.
Did you
back
really?
Yep, in the early 90s out at Riverside Airport with a guy. And it was kind of weird. There's always a story every time I guess because I'm old, I have stories. But anyway, he flew me up to visit my folks in Nebraska.
Okay.
And we were coming in for a landing because I said, and there's a small there's not an airport, it's a hangar, and there's a runway that's about a half mile long. And we were in a single engine Cessna, I believe, but it was powerful enough you could go across a couple states. And so he says, all right. And I said, right there's the landing place. So he's coming down and we go in to land and I'm like, why is he not on the landing strip? And he's going down corn rows in a deal. And we hit the corn rows. We almost nosedive and have a bad thing happen. And I said, pull up, we're in a corn row, or you're in a cornfield. And so he just barely was able to get it up before we ended up kind of having a nosedive and probably have an accident. And after that, for some odd reason, that was enough.
That was enough for you, right?
And I
yeah.
said, okay,
Yeah.
I don't want to take any more chances. So
Yeah,
that's my inside story.
I've always been fascinated with aviation.
Yeah.
It's just really.
And what's cool
remarkable.
about it is that you're flying in the clouds, and it's just kind of
It's kinda
awesome.
cool. Okay. Gabe's mom or Gabe's.
Yeah, I know Gabe.
Gabe's Solomon. And sometimes these handles kind of all run together. So writes 6 to 7 inches in Muskogee, or 6 or 7 inches in Muskogee. Yeah.
Okay, and it kind of
Yeah.
and it also depends upon where you measure it too. It's so weird when the wind's blowing, but that's a good chance that it could be.
Somebody says that they know Dustin. I think they said they
All right.
flew with Dustin for a
We love
while. He's a
Dustin.
good dude. Yes, he is.
Oh,
He's a
man.
great dude. Yeah.
We love him.
What is it, 11:53? We got to. We're still fine. We got to cut in at 12:10.
Okay.
I think 12:10.
Anything else there? Because I'm going to talk to chasers here for a minute. Damn it. One more good one.
Yeah, there's all sorts of stuff here.
We could be going on all night long.
Okay, Kimberly just says, "Hey, I just enjoy hearing and seeing you just chat about things."
Well,
just
And
to talk.
that's what this format gives us a chance to do, because
we
you're
can't-
confined by time out there.
We can't do this any other place. Yeah.
Yeah, you ought to hear our production people. Rap. No, that's the production or the producer. The producer says that I try never to go over, but I don't think that's ever happened in my life. And then what's bad is in that it gets John Holcomb kind of squeezes his sports if I don't shut my mouth.
Because you're right before. Yeah.
And then John's looking at me like, really?
One guy was telling me I should get multiple. I play with different color golf balls. It's just snow is not easy to play golf in. He was,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, the ball go in the snow and it'll sink.
There's snow.
That's it.
And it's muddy. This is just not ideal. Even with a red or a yellow golf ball.
That's amazing that
Yeah.
Aaron would even say that.
Did you play golf? Have you ever played golf before?
Yes, I've got more stories on that.
And they have all kinds of cool head covers now. Like you like to wear boots. They have head covers to go over your driver that look like leather sewn like a boot.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah.
That's pretty cool. Okay, I got to tell you one last story.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
go
so
ahead.
I was at down at 91st and Mingo. Is that a place that Aaron? Do you know that's a driving range? It was at 91st and Mingo, 96. Someplace down there was a driving range. There still might be. Maybe it's 101st. Someplace Mingo-ish area. Anyway, there was a driving range down there, and I'm sure somebody knows about it. So I'm out there, and I just want to hit. Because the way I play golf is I want to hit the ball as far as I can to see how far I can hit it.
Okay.
So I go back and I just hit it as hard as I possibly can. But of course, I have no control. And so there's a ping, ping, ping. And then all of a sudden I hear somebody scream.
Uh-oh.
And this person falls over. And so then I go, uh-oh. And then they're kind of crying. And I run over to him. And then I look, and there's a golf ball indentation of little dimples on the side of her chin.
No
Yes,
way.
I almost broke her jaw. Guy came over thinking that I just hit somebody or hit her, and so he was going to beat me up, and it was going to. So it was one of those moments. So that's another PTSD moment.
Yeah.
You know, I went from a plane.
So you're not going to fly anymore. You're not going to play golf anymore.
Okay, there you go. That's all the stories I'm going to quit telling them.
All right.
One person from Tyler, Texas wants to know how this weather is affecting them down there. Mainly sleet and ice, cold.
Yeah.
It'll be slick for another day or
Yeah.
so at least.
We
So
can-
just be careful out there in Tyler.
Tell you what, if you stay tuned for just a minute, I'll have Alan do that. I'm going to talk trackers real quick here, just so
Sure.
we can get a little of that, and then you can kind of talk about what's going on with that ice storm.
Sure, yeah, I'll
We'll
set
get
it up.
serious
Yeah,
here for a
we'll
minute.
do it.
All right, let's get started. And first of all, we will. You're looking at the radar at this particular moment, obviously, and then that stream of moisture that's coming on in. Here's a look in the metro area. Bob's up in Owasso right now. Hey, Bob, if you would, if you could, I'd like for you to go ahead and give us an update on what's going on in your area and just what's happening. Bob?
Well, snow's kind of going between light and moderate right now, but it's accumulating. You can see here I'm on 96th Street North, about 169. The plows have been out. I just passed several of them, so they've been making headway and keeping the road kind of cleaned down, but we've been getting significant snow amounts, so they're having to stay on top of it. Otherwise, we'd have some issues. Back to you, Travis.
All right, thanks, Bob. Yep, that's just a winter wonderland, but it still doesn't look like a whole lot of snow out there, so I wouldn't mind seeing another inch or two of snow. All right, we're going to go down to Dal. Dal right now, he's in Sapulpa still at this hour, and should be getting some bands of good snow. Dal, what do you have for us? I think.
Yeah, he's there.
Dal, are you there? Dal.
Hey, Dow.
Oh, he's out
Oh,
measuring.
he's measuring. Look what he's doing.
It's on TV.
Oh, yeah, here we go. We're getting measurements of about 4 to 5 inches. But as you can see, we have found the deep snow. We have found the 5-foot snow. We have exceeded our storm totals today.
Eureka. Okay, we finally got our forecast right. Took a little work. Alan, I'm proud of you.
Oh, my goodness.
You know,
It's like, where's Dow? Dow's always right there on the. Oh, there he is. He's walking around.
Was that? That wasn't you, Dal. Was that Brian?
That wasn't. That was Brian. He's our erstwhile measurement taker, and he's measuring snows of about 4 to 5 feet now. So we've definitely exceeded our forecast at this point.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for making us feel better. I'm sure nobody notices what's going on. Hey, update any more as the accumulation's picking up a little bit there? Because you've had some pretty good snows in Sapulpa now.
They actually have, Travis. I'd say we've added probably another inch in just the last 45 minutes or so because it's still coming down pretty steady. We were down at probably about 3 inches earlier this evening here, and we're up to about 5 now. So it's definitely been coming down, and it's still coming down steady. I could see us easily adding another inch or two and maybe more depending on how long this lasts.
That's pretty cool. All right. Thank you, Dal. Appreciate it very much. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go back to radar for a second, and then you can see Brandon still over in the Broken Arrow area. We're not having the guys move too much because everybody knows that there's snow on the ground. But we do want to know how much is the accumulation. Brandon, if you would give us an update on what's going on in BA.
Yeah, Travis. So we have seen the city crews out. There's not a whole lot of them, but they are out. They're trying to get a handle on the roads, and the snow's still coming down at a light to occasionally moderate rate. So not real heavy like it was. Also, we measured 4 inches, not quite 5 feet, but 4 inches here in Broken Arrow. And we're going to go to this undisturbed parking lot here where there hasn't been any plowing going on. And we're going to take a measurement here and see what it is. So.
Okay. Well, he's just going to do it on the fly like this.
Yeah, we're just going to see where we're at here.
Just don't go sliding off and can't get back up in that big old pickup of yours.
Well, I got about 4 feet.
I see now it's a competition.
4 inches there too. So it looks like about 4, maybe some higher spots around down here, but 4 is average right now.
All right. Hey, Brandon, thank you. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We're going to do one more thing and head down south, and then we'll have pretty much Alan get us some information on all the, probably the power and the ice storm and all the stuff going on down south. All right, so Vaughn right now looks like he's near Warner at this moment. Hey, Vaughn, if you're with us at this second, would you give us an update from the Warner area?
Well, yes. I have 6, 7.
Oh, he went.
Oh,
he
my.
did not go there. Did he just do
I
that?
think he
Yeah.
did. I think he did.
I got 6, 7 is
mic
what
off,
I
Aaron.
got.
Now, Aaron.
So I thought I heard one of y'all say that
wrong.
somebody in Muskogee said they had 6 to 7 inches.
Oh,
Yeah, and if you didn't notice, I was doing the hand motion behind you
were.
guys
Well,
that goes
we
with
missed that out.
Hey.
I totally missed it.
Someone
Thank
on here
you.
said you were the Chuck
Thank-
Norris of Oklahoma. Guys, you do realize Chuck Norris was born in Ryan, Oklahoma, so Chuck Norris is also the Chuck Norris of Oklahoma.
Wow. Was he? Where was he born? He was in Oklahoma?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Oh, that's cool. All right, but tell us a little bit more, and without going to that other number, you know, Channel 6 is great, but let's not go to another number. So what do you have down there, Vaughn?
Well, we don't have to worry about 7 because we don't have that in our area.
Yeah,
So,
no kidding.
well, I'm on Highway 2 here, headed from Warner up to kind of the Muskogee area, and I'm going to take a measurement once I get up here.
Okay, can you give us your headlights?
I do have.
Your over-top
Yeah.
headlights here? I want to see that.
No, I don't have my
that
overtop lights on. If I did, it would be blinding.
Well, can you do it for a second, or you don't want to drive off? Oh, yeah. I love that. Okay, thanks for doing that.
Yeah.
It was a moment.
But anyway, yeah, I'll take a measurement once I get up here, and hopefully it will be right in between there. You know, I won't say the word again.
Thank you.
There's a lot of people cringing in the chat over here.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I'm glad there's some with
Well,
you.
you know, you didn't get to see it, Travis, or I don't know if Alan did either. The parade that I was in Wagner.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. No. It was not Wagner. It was Muskogee. So at Wagner, I made a big, huge wreath, a 6 wreath. Okay.
Yeah.
And I put lights all over it. I mean, it was
Pretty decent.
about 5 foot tall. Yeah, about 5 foot tall.
Okay.
And it was just a big wreath. Well, as I go through the parade, I'm seeing all these kids. They're moving their arms up and down, and they're saying something. I can't understand them until about halfway through, and I hear them say 6, 7. I'm like, duh, Vaughn.
So you've become part of that.
Muskogee, I put a 7 next to the 6. And
You did not.
oh my gosh, was I not the hit of the parade?
See?
I'm telling you.
Okay, Alan, we've
It
just learned a
was-
lesson.
Uh-oh.
That's all we have to do.
Rocking and rolling.
I bet every kid does love
So-
it now. I can't believe it.
Oh, yeah.
Hard to believe.
Oh,
But,
I can't.
Yeah. So,
I'm hard. Hey, I'm hard not to love, you know.
wow.
So.
Is it after midnight? It's scaring me.
It's 12:04.
Yeah, it's scaring me. All right. So at midnight, he turned into something else. Hey, Ron, we're not too far. We got, what, 7 more minutes, I think, from Alan's doctor writing down here. That looks like a doctor writing a prescription.
We have
You're so doggone intelligent.
About
Okay,
5.5
hey, Vaughn,
minutes.
thank you.
Yeah.
We'll let you go for a second because I do want to get on over to Alan, who has some information for us. We said we'd have that and find out a little bit more. So, Ellen, we'll just kind of touch everybody. And you
Yep,
can,
yep.
catch up. You're going to be on one.
I think it's one, yeah. And we did have some questions. Somebody did ask a little bit about the power grid because, you know, are there rolling blackouts in any place? I mean, not here, obviously, but,
yeah.
you know, down to the south. And I think we had somebody on the chat that said, I don't think we've had any, you know, significant power outage issues. And that is the case. We've not had any ice accretion on power lines here in northeastern Oklahoma, which is obviously a really good thing. So you can see our power outage numbers. It's not impossible that you can have some minor outages within this grid that are not plotting in this area. So it wouldn't shock us if we do have a couple of power outages here and there, which is kind of normal even. But in terms of like widespread issues, we're just not seeing that right now. We have had some power outages earlier today. I think the Coweta area was out for about 2 to 3 hours. Not everybody, obviously, in Coweta, but a couple of hundred customers, but that was resolved relatively quickly. And then near the McCurtain County vicinity, most of the grid information is pointing to near or less than 1,000 customers without power. That is due to some icing issues. They had some freezing rain right along the Red River, and then we'll expand that down to the south. So these are numbers that will fluctuate, and I think they're going to come up quite a bit as well. So Texas, under 50,000 customers right now, 70,000. Louisiana, that's going to come up, and especially we think in northern Mississippi, 22.5 right now. There's no power outage numbers in the Atlanta area yet, but later tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, there probably will be. Because all of that area, you see those counties that are all highlighted in purple, and I've kind of zoomed in here into the East Texas area, but there's actually a couple of counties in Central Texas as well that are included. But somebody asked about, didn't they ask about Tyler?
Yes.
Yeah, so, right in through here, the East Texas vicinity, here's Marshall and Carthage and Center and Nacogdoches and, Shreveport and Texarkana. So all of this area is impacted with wintry weather, but from Marshall, from Tyler area to the south, I mean, that is a real deal ice storm warning, and that extends all the way over to Monroe, to Louisiana, Jackson, Mississippi. And as we've been mentioning earlier today, especially from around Yazoo City and then up through Oxford and near Tupelo, right in this general area, some of the computer model data is indicating there could be anywhere between 3/4 of an inch to about a solid inch of ice on power lines there. And if that happened in that region, which would be right in through here, I mean, that could be obviously devastating and even catastrophic, because we all remember, the ice storm that we had here, Travis, back in the day. We've had a couple of them actually, but the one that really, got into the trees, got the power lines down, that was just horrible.
And a lot of that area, I mean, you get out of the Delta, looks like western Oklahoma kind of, it's just farm fields. But you get into most Louisiana and Mississippi, and it's just 80-foot tall pine trees everywhere.
Yeah.
Once you get out of the Delta land.
A lot, yeah. Somebody says my friends in Atlanta still have power at this point. Yeah, they do. There's no issues right now in the Atlanta area, but later this afternoon, and I guess it's after midnight. So yeah, later Sunday afternoon and Sunday night, there's probably going to be some power outage issues in some of those areas. So here we are at 12:08. We're going to do another cut-in on Channel 6 live coming up here at 12:10. So we're not too far away from that. And somebody on the chat said, I saw it, a little comment, maybe 10 or 15 minutes ago, that we have a problem. We keep going off and on the stream sometimes. And one of the reasons, Aaron, that we stop talking is because we have to do a little bit of kind of groundwork here to get ready for that process so that Travis can go on the air. So we'll actually be quiet here in about 30 seconds. And then what you're watching right now will actually drop off. It's just a way that it's got to work, at least at this point. We're kind of new to this, and there will be some things that will probably change, but it has to go just for a little bit.
Real quick, somebody asked when the Great Ice Storm was. That for us, that was 2007.
2007, right, yes, 2007.
Ugly times.
It was not good. Okay, so we'll take a little break here, and if I can clear that, I don't know. You may have to help me clear that. There it goes, it cleared. All right, we'll be back in just a minute. Travis is going to do a cut-in on Channel 6.
From News on 6, this is a winter weather update.
And there we are. Okay, now we got it. As we said, snow is continuing to fall out. continue to fall from the sky. That's probably a better way to say it. Anyway, the storm system is out to the west of us. We're looking at the end of that storm system will be sometime here for our Sunday. We're into Sunday since it's after midnight. Heaviest snows are now for the next several hours, and then we'll start to see it tapering down a little bit. There will be a few snow bursts that are possible as we get the main part of that system coming through by noon, and then it'll be out of the picture. But it's still a monster player, still some freezing rain advisories and warnings across the deep south and southeast. We've been talking about that on our YouTube channel. Also, we're looking at most of the snows again around Tulsa. It looks like it's all of a sudden just developing. What it is that snow is really hard to detect, so the sensors don't go out like with a big thunderstorm because this is very light and it's usually closer to the surface of the ground. We do have bands of moderate to occasionally heavy snow in several locations across the area. And in the metro area, Bob is on the north side. He's been watching what's happening. Bob, if you would, you're basically between Collinsville, Owasso, and the Limestone area. Quick update from you. What do you have?
Yeah, Travis, still got moderate snow up here, continued blowing and drifting, and the roads are getting snow covered due to the amount of snow coming down and the amount of blowing that we have up here. So it's going to be treacherous driving for a while, so everybody stay at home and just kind of relax. Back to you, Travis.
All right. Thanks, Bobby. I appreciate it very much. Our guys continue to cover what's happening in the area. And you can see there's Bob's picture again. But we're talking about conditions that are going to be favorable for what should be, again, in our area. A couple of different ideas. It could be another 2 to 3 inches of snow. Dell is still hanging out, been around the Sapulpa area. Now he's down west of Glenpool. Dell, a quick update from you on what's happening.
Yeah, Travis, we're out here on just a little, or actually headed right towards the Kiefer High School. Snow is still continuing really steady here. It's not letting up at all, and as it's doing so, the roads are deteriorating rapidly. So people do need to be cautious. Back to you.
Okay, and you're still estimating about 4 or 5 inch snow, or more?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, or more. It looks like might be a little bit lighter out here towards Kiefer, but that's going to change rapidly because the snow is coming down pretty heavily at this point.
Still looking like that. All right. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right. That's the latest look at what's going on. We'll keep you advised through the overnight hours. Keep it here.
Okay, and we're back. So that's how that kind of works. Aaron, I think the game plan is we'll still have a little conversation with our friends here on stream for a little bit longer, and then what is it? It's 12:15.
Yes.
We'll talk to Travis and see what he's thinking about this, but we'll probably then kind of like put a lot of the information into the chat, and then we may just pull away just a little bit from that, but folks will be able to still watch the radar and things like that.
That's kind of a cool thing we can do with this. Like that information is there. And as needed, we'll pop on here and talk, and then if it gets worse, we can go on air.
Right, yeah.
But those that still want to watch can watch us here, and then as things kind of calm down a bit, we can still put graphics on there that rotate through and show you kind of the important graphics: temperature, radar, stream, or video.
Yep.
And you can still kind of watch through that stuff and get updates.
Yeah, and so what will happen, especially if you're watching on the stream right now, is that in about 10 or 15 minutes, or maybe 5 minutes, whenever we say goodbye on our part, the audio will go away. There will not be any audio on the stream. So sometimes, especially in the last couple of days we've been doing this, we'll say, hey, there's no audio coming on the stream. That would be correct. There won't be any audio. So, and again, we're at the very beginning kind of phase of this, but we've got some other things planned, coming around the corner that probably will be some audio that will go even when we're not talking, but we can't get into all of that, at least right now. What I thought we would do here is take a look at the radar and the coefficient part here of the dual pole, because we still have the sleet that's coming down, but it has flipped over. In McAllister, it's just about to flip over there. You can see those brighter colors that are showing up right along here. That is sleet, and everything here basically along that area is mostly sleet. I mean, it's not totally, but then along and to the north of that, it's mostly snow. So there's a part of the radar, again, that if you didn't hear us discussing this, 15, 20 minutes ago, Aaron, kind of tell them how that part of the radar can help detect the differences there with the sleet.
Basically what that radar product does is, obviously we use that for debris and tornadoes as well, is it sends the radar beam out and it comes back, and it picks up on the size of it and distinguishes what the different sizes are. So sleet's going to have a different size and shape profile than snow, and it'll spit that back out in these color profiles, and you can kind of distinguish between those hydrometeors a little better. Yep. Or if it's a tornado, it's not a hydrometeor, it's like some thing that's blowing around.
It's debris, right? It's non-meteorological at that point, right? Yeah. So anyway, that's how that kind of works. So yeah, sleet there, and then snow across the northern areas. What is that?
Someone said that for the times when no one's on here talking and it's just graphics, they could put your recorded drum loops on.
I don't know if the News on 6 would let me do that, but yeah, I can do that for we'll put some loops on there. Here's a different way to look at the radar. So again, this is the reflectivity that you typically see this time of the year. So yeah, that is still some pretty heavy sleet across Latimer, Leflore County. You see those darker shades of blue, but some of that on the leading edge is snow, and then there's some lighter snow that around Stillwater and Cushing and Yale and Pocket City, and it's kind of thinned out a little bit. So mostly this wave now is starting to exit the air. I don't think we're totally finished. But I do think that there's some
more waves back there.
Yeah, there's still some waves that will go back, and the back part of the radar here kind of gives away. So we'll use this composite to show you. I mean, it does go all the way back into Lubbock and Roswell, so we still have to have this part of the system to kind of push through.
A lot of people are asking kind of what's going on, in a situation like this, when you have broad areas of snow. For the most part, from town to town, the roads are going to be very similar. They're going to be snow-packed. And they're going to be driving hazards. So it's going to be pretty similar, so Claremore, in any other location, just kind of keep that in mind. But the people asking for totals, the morning crew will come in and they'll have kind of a little bit more information, and they'll put together a list of totals from around the region that's a bit more updated.
Yeah, well, so in the last, hour and a half, 2 hours, we've basically been here on stream and haven't really had the opportunity to kind of dig down and look through the storm reports to get the latest information on maybe where some of those totals have started to come up here. So I can kind of look really fast here to see here. It looks like 4.2 so far officially for Tulsa. That's going to go down, just the daily snowfall. So I believe officially for this snow system, it's 4.5 officially for Tulsa.
Up to this point.
Up to this point, right, up to this point.
But it varies, obviously, across the area, because we've seen reports of 8 inches and reports of 4 inches, and
Right.
it just kind of depends on your
Yeah,
location.
your exact location, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if Travis has any more information for us. And before we do that, maybe we can take a look again at some of our trackers and just kind of see what they're looking at before we turn it over. So you want to pull up Vaughn, and let's take a look at Vaughn's video very fast here, if you want to there. So what are you on? 2?
There it is, on 2.
Okay,
Yes.
we'll put 2 up. There's Vaughn Castor. Vaughn, are you still with us here? Give us an update. What's your location there? And looks like you're not exactly in a lot of heavy precip, but I know it's still coming down at this point.
Yeah, it's still coming down a little bit right here. At least it's not sleet. So I'm in the southern part of Muskogee city limits here. Peak Boulevard. Just kind of roaming around. Going to stop and take a measurement here sometime to see what we officially got here. I guess my measurement would be official, right? So anyway, yeah. This is a welcome sight because I was thinking, my wife kept telling me we were just having sleet.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not sure she knows what she's talking about, but, you know.
You don't want to say that. Don't say that. You're going to be in trouble, my friend.
Well, I mean, I taught her everything I know,
Yeah.
so I guess she got it from
Okay.
me, right?
Listen,
Right?
I'm gonna save you from having to find someplace else to sleep here tonight. So I'm gonna let you go.
Well, I've been sleeping in my truck, so
Oh, that's true.
I had to
Yeah.
find another place to sleep.
That is true. That is true. Okay.
All right.
We'll talk to you in a little bit. Be careful. Hey, we appreciate your work. Appreciate everybody's work tonight. Let's go to Dal Archer one more time. He's closer into the metro as well. Hey, Dal, appreciate all of your hard work last couple of days. You're still near the Sapulpa area, Creek County, it looks like?
Yeah, we're actually right here in Kiefer still,
Yeah.
and snow is still steadily coming down here. It's not any harder. It's not coming down with any more intensity, but it's really not letting up a whole lot either. So this is going to start adding up if it continues on much longer.
Okay, Dal, appreciate it. I think Bob, we won't talk about, I think he's stopping maybe to fuel up. And Brandon is still, I believe, hanging out here. Brandon, give us a quick update, your location, and one more little bit of information from where you're at, and then we'll call it a night here.
Yeah, so we're currently here at 71st and 193rd and Broken Arrow, and we've officially measured 4 inches so far at our location. Snow's coming down at I'd say a moderate rate. It's hard to see there in the shot near the window. Moderate rate right now, and so it continues to pile up. Road crews are still out. Roads are still snow-packed, and we'll just wait and see what happens in the morning and continue to follow it throughout the afternoon. Back to you.
All right, Brandon, appreciate it. And thanks to all of our trackers and all the folks sending us in information. And thanks to you for hanging out with us here on the News on 6 YouTube channel. If you've not hit the subscribe button that you can kind of see there on the bottom part, we would encourage you to do that. So hit that subscribe button, and then you can get a notification of when we're going to go live the next time. So, all right, Aaron, kind of tell the fine folks what we're going to do here.
We are going to transition from the live broadcast section, and we're going to go to a looping assortment of pre-selected, pertinent to the situation graphics that will rotate through and give you information that can help you temperature, wind chill, looks at the radar, and tower cam views from around the city. So you can see how the roads are doing.
And we're still going to be here.
Yeah.
We'll be here until 2 o'clock, and then the morning crew will come in, and we'll kind of switch over that. Travis will be here. We'll all be here. And at times, if need be, there's even a way that we can jump into the chat and communicate even without the audio. We can just chat along with you there. So we plan on doing that. So we greatly appreciate everybody for being a part of this with us. Again, we're just kind of learning a little bit on how to maneuver some of this. So
it's the beginning.
Yeah, it's the very beginning of this. So we definitely appreciate you sticking around with us here. Thanks for watching. Thanks for being a part of our community here. Please be safe if you do have to get out in the next couple of hours here, and especially tomorrow. And stay safe and warm. And we will talk with you soon.
Okay. Good morning. It is 5:12. We want to bring you an update, of course, to the winter storm as we're starting to see things wind down. We still have one more band of snow that is moderate as it's going to come through the Tulsa metro and eastern Oklahoma, kind of moving through this morning. Everything else after that is going to be a lighter and then eventually pushing the light snow off to the east and out of Oklahoma by lunchtime today for the Tulsa metro, maybe closer to about 9 a.m. So I'm meteorologist StaciaKnight, meteorologist StephenNehrenz here, and meteorologist ChloeArroyo. So thank you so much for joining us today. We are watching some of the streams here on YouTube, and then we'll try to get it to other places as well, Facebook and whatnot, and kind of watch your comments or questions that you have for this morning. So we appreciate you joining us. Here's a look at what's happening currently on radar, and we have our storm trackers out for you as well. They have been just in it for the long haul over the weekend with this winter storm starting up Friday night, and then we just have been going pretty much ever since, kind of around the clock. Much like the road crews, they've been working 12-hour shifts trying to keep our roads in as best shape as possible, and we appreciate them so much. And we'll take a look at some of the current road conditions as well. This is that last band. Again, when I say last band, we're talking, right, Stephen, more moderate to come in. After that, everything's going to be more so very, very light snow or flurry. So this is going to be kind of the last of anything heavier at this point, and it's right in Tulsa, and it continues moving off to the east. When you get into the blues, that's when you're talking a little bit heavier snow. So just moved through Bartlesville. Now it extends up into Nowata County, northwestern Craig County, and again, sliding off to the east. Some light snow out around Chelsea to Veneta, down to Adair right now. And then in the metro, we do have our storm trackers out. Brandon Wells, he's out in Broken Arrow, and then that band is about to make it up to where he is located. So extending down to Sapulpa and Kellyville right now. This is going to be the turnpike headed to Oklahoma City. That is going to have some snow falling. And then even as you extend back towards Oklahoma City, I'll move it over to the Oklahoma City radar. If you were driving the turnpike right now, which and we hope you're not. We hope you're staying home, staying warm, and watching us. But if you were going to get on the turnpike, you'd still have to deal with this band that's coming in from Luther to Kearney to Chandler. That'll cross over the turnpike. But again, crews have been out for roads and, of course, first responders helping anybody. This winter storm has been very, very cold for us as wind chills have been sub-zero for, I would say, the majority of the weekend. This morning right now, if you were going to get out, wind chill values, at least across the Tulsa metro, they are still sub-zero, obviously. They're down to -10 right now, and up in Skiatook it's also -10. Bartlesville about -7. When it comes to the air temperature, Chloe's going to have more on this in our forecast coming up, because 6 in the morning will start again today early at 6 a.m. and then we'll go till about 9:30 this morning. We have an extended 6 in the morning show for you because of the snow and the road conditions and how cold it is. But she will have a look at the forecast. And when you look at temperatures, this morning is not the coldest morning that we're going to see. She'll let you know when exactly the coldest temperatures will actually settle in. And it's going to be, I'll tell you a little spoiler alert, it's going to be after the snow moves out. So right now it's 6 in Tulsa, it's 5 in Bartlesville, it's 9 in Eufaula, 10 down in McAllister. So it's really, really cold. Again, this is the last kind of final push of snow. Stephen, you've been really following road conditions and how that's been shaping up throughout the course of the weekend, because a lot of areas saw snow. I feel like roads were passable. They were doable as long as you took it slow, and that's been great. In southeast Oklahoma, they've had a little bit more sleet. We even had sleet in Tulsa. I went out with the kids yesterday afternoon, and when we were out there were sleet pellets kind of mixed in. So it was, hitting you in the head, and you're like, this is not soft, dry snow. These are pelting me with some sleet pellets. So that was definitely out there. It didn't last very long, so thankful road conditions kind of were not deteriorating very quickly because of how much sleet we had. But southeast Oklahoma had more sleet, and so I think that their roads were probably in just a little bit of worse conditions at times because of that. Yeah. Would you agree with that?
We heard that yesterday from Vaughn and also Reagan Ledbetter, who's been down in McAllister. The added sleet kind of added some additional problems for roads in southeastern Oklahoma, as opposed to the primarily snow-covered roads that we had here in northeast Oklahoma and southeast Kansas. Probably still the same story this morning. Again, as both Vaughn and Reagan mentioned, that sleet is just so hard to clear off the road, even when we're, in, let's say, like the 20s, much less when we're in the single digits. So that's likely will continue to be a problem. I mean, the road conditions map, it's what you would expect. pretty much snow-covered roads area-wide, all of eastern Oklahoma, southeast Kansas, northwest Arkansas. There will be areas that certainly are doable, especially where it's primarily snow. But there's obviously most areas have a lot more snowpack this morning than this time yesterday morning, which is what we expected as round 2 came swinging on through. And again, like we said, those road crews are just working just nonstop. At the very least, trying to keep those highways, the main highways, with some passable lanes there. And you can see that on 169 in South Tulsa, at least one lane clear. But again, the areas that aren't clear, yesterday it was one lane clear, and then maybe the other lanes just had a little bit of snow on them. Most lanes have a lot more snow on them this morning. There's 44 and 75 in the construction zone. And you can see more snow on the ground. That's obviously, we're going to continue to see that through the morning. I see you're circling it.
Those lights.
And there's more snow. Like we said, that heavy snow band pushing back through right now. You can see it if you look down at kind of the stoplights there, or not the stoplights, the traffic highway lights. You can see the snow flying by. I could kind of see that when I looked outside here in downtown, outside our studio a few minutes ago. You can see it flying on by. There's the BA Expressway Highway 169. Things are moving along pretty well. Again, one lane clear, one high on those main highways. But obviously, if you get into rural areas, a little bit of a different story. I'm looking at Vaughn Castor's shot right now in Cherokee County. He's been near Tahlequah. Now he's just a little south of Tahlequah. And of course, that's that's an example where you get off the main highways and things can be a different story. I believe Vaughn is with us here. Let's go ahead and check in with Vaughn this morning to get kind of that first update on those roads there in Cherokee County. Vaughn, good morning. How's it looking?
Good morning, Stephen and Stacia. Well, I would consider this a main highway. I mean, it's not like an I-44 or I-40, but this is 62 that goes from Muskogee to Tahlequah. It's pretty much just kind of a one-lane. Actually, I can go see. You can see like that main middle part, but it's dragging you both ways. Well, you can get over here, and it's just kind of about the same. So it's not like it's real deep. It feels real deep. I think it's all kind of maybe compacted, but they have plowed this several times. You can see it kind of built up on some edges off in the ditch, but it's not really that difficult to drive on. And the amazing thing is over the course of the 2 days that I've been driving, or 2.5 or whatever it's been, last night was the only time I saw a semi or any kind of vehicle off in the ditch, and that was down by McAllister. So it wasn't jackknives. It was just kind of like it wandered off to the right and all of a sudden got pulled down into the ditch, So that's a pretty amazing stat for that many miles that I've driven, about 700, and no vehicles being in the ditches.
Yeah, absolutely. And I remember you making a point about this yesterday, too. And a couple of the other trackers did too, about just not as many cars off on the side of the roads, and being a weekend has probably helped us there. And then I think hopefully it just seems like folks have kind of heeded the caution about just stay off the roads if you can this weekend. It sure looks like that has helped, because I agree. I've noticed that with y'all's shots as well, that we've had fewer cars needing to be helped out, and obviously great thing, especially considering how brutally cold it is, as we continue to highlight. So Vaughn, thank you very much. We'll check back in with him in just a little bit as we get further into our coverage this morning, also on 6 in the morning. So you can see that like he said, that's Highway 62 between Muskogee and Tahlequah, passable, as he said, but we've got, in general, most areas have got a little more snow on the roads this morning, and more snowpack, I guess I should say, than we had yesterday morning. So factor that in and keep that in mind, that if you are venturing out this morning for this afternoon, whatever your activities may be, if you're trying to get those done, you still just got to plan to go 30, 40 miles an hour, if that, and I'm talking about highways, obviously, and just plan for a lot of extra time as you are commuting around, because we still are going to have these traffic issues today. Frankly, we're going to continue to have traffic issues tomorrow as well, even though the winter storm will be long gone by then. So still going to have to, deal with the lingering effects for a while. Stacia?
Yeah, we will, unfortunately. We're going to have to really watch roads, even as we head towards the end of this week, because we'll have melting during the day, then we'll have refreezing at night. So we're going to talk a lot about black ice for days and days and days. So this winter storm has definitely going to have some lingering effects, if you will. Chloe, you have been looking at snowfall totals throughout this system. Now, some areas, obviously, totals were not as high as expected due to drier air, and some spots even due to more sleet being mixed in. So that's just how it goes with winter systems. But give us a look at some of the totals that so far folks have been reporting across the area, because some are more than others, for sure.
Some are definitely more than others. There's an area north and east of the Tulsa metro that is actually seen a little bit more in terms of snow accumulations. That's on links 2 right there.
I'll get there.
Yep,
Here
got it. Still early in the morning. So we've got some areas that have really racked up accumulation and areas not so much. If you go further north, far southeastern Kansas, that dry air really took over. Northwestern Osage County saw a little over 2 inches of snowfall, and then we'll just move around the map right here. You go further south into the east, you've seen a little bit more in terms of not only snowfall, but the sleet intake or the sleet accumulation was a lot higher. That also impacted those snowfall totals as well. Here in the metro, really Tulsa into the north saw higher snow totals than south portions of the metro. So it has kind of affected some areas in terms of snowfall accumulation near Stroud, Bristow, around 4 or 5 inches is what we've seen so far across the board. So, and this is, mind you, this is in the span of the entire snow event. So starting Friday night all the way to now, about 5 o'clock this morning is when, or just a little bit at 5 is when we pulled these snowfall totals. So we still have a little bit more snow to go, and those snow totals will change a little bit as we go through the morning hours, but really not that much because we've got a couple of hours left. And then we're done.
And then we're really winding down. But again, as she mentioned, there's still a little bit more to go. There's a heavier band kind of moving through Tulsa now. And once this heavier band moves off to the east, everything else is going to be very light flurries. There's even a couple areas of energy that are going to come through the next couple of days. And that could fire up a few flurries, but not expecting that to accumulate to anything. But we're still going to be, of course, very, very cold as we go through this week. And Chloe will talk about some of our coldest mornings coming up here when we start our 6 o'clock newscast. So hope you guys join us then. And again, as we go through today, we'll still have areas of snow to deal with. Down around Muskogee, there's another band that kind of lingers back to the southwest. I believe this is all snow at this point. One of the products that we can use to look at that is called the correlation coefficient. There may be, out where Vaughn is, a little bit of sleet mixed in. It doesn't look like it would be much at all, but kind of when you get into the more uniform colors here, that's going to be your snowfall. So at this point, everything looks to me like it's going to be more so snow that's falling, and some of those values there may not even be actual correct values there with the CC out where Vaughn is, because he's not gonna see much right now this morning with the way it looks on reflectivity. So, and if you turn up the DBZ values a little bit, so we can kind of see some of those more finer values coming in, or those lower values coming in, you can see that it'd be very, very light out there. And then down to Eufaula, to Shakota also. Very, very light snow, and extending to McAllister. So it's kind of spotty down in the south this morning. It's not over with just yet. I'll show you the big picture, and then Chloe's going to show you power outages. Here in Oklahoma, there's a couple counties with power out this morning, and then in eastern Texas and parts of Louisiana, there's a lot of folks. I mean, ice has been a huge issue for them, and then off to the east over into Mississippi. So really thinking about those guys, because when you're dealing with a winter storm, you would much rather have snow over ice. The issues that come from ice are much worse than what comes from snow. So we're thankful that we mostly had snow with this system. We did have sleet, obviously, in several spots, and then we had even sleet accumulation in some spots as well, mainly southeast of Tulsa, but we kind of really avoided the issues of the ice, except for far, far southeast Oklahoma have had a few counties there dealing with icing issues. So again, it's a very large system. Now a lot of the really heavy snow is off on the eastern side of the country. We're kind of winding down our snow, if you will. There's like that back edge that's still cut out to the west, but again, the heaviest band is coming through now, so everything else today will be very, very light, but then you have all the kind of the freezing rain and the mix happening from Tennessee back into Mississippi and northern Louisiana right now. So Chloe, if you want to look at those power outages, I just think it's so cold, and to be without power would be awful right now, and there's a ton of folks, it looks like, down in this area that are without power in Texas, Louisiana, and of course a few counties even here at home.
Yes, of course, that's going to be the biggest biggest area of the majority of power outages here in Green Country. There are two counties, Muskogee County and Haskell County, specifically near Eufaula and Stigler. That area has seen some power outages reported. Right now we have a little over 400 customers without power. Muskogee's numbers are starting to go up just in the last 30 minutes or so. We've seen that county pop up in color. So there are some areas that have seen some power outages this morning. So folks without power throughout the morning hours. I mean, it's cold. Something to really keep in mind. Now, while we're looking at this one, I do want to point out, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a new graphic that kind of expands into other areas of the country, but still county-wise in portions of far southeastern Oklahoma near Idabel, seen quite a bit of power outages, a lot more ice totals further south and east, and especially around the Dallas metro. There have been some power outages reported. So here's an estimate for a couple of these counties. For example, about 900 folks without power right now near Idabel in McLean County right now. Yesterday it was a lot more. It was nearing 5,000 folks without power, or customers at the very least. 1,500 folks near Texarkana were still over 2,500, a little over 1,000 reported. In far eastern Texas, 7,000 reported customers without power in one of those counties. And then near Dallas, a couple of areas without power reported. Now, of course, compared to the amount of population or the denser population in Dallas, 1,500 isn't a lot, but still, folks are being affected by the amount of ice. Luckily, the ice stayed off to our south and to our east. So here in the metro, we haven't seen too many reports. We've seen a couple of reports of power outages, but not as much as we could have seen if we saw the majority of ice. But it was just so cold, Stacia, that, I mean, it was all snow for us for the most part, aside from some sleet. You were talking earlier that you saw some sleet when you were outside with the kids.
Yes, little sleet pellets were hitting us, and we're like, this is not snow. This is heavier than snow.
As pleasant.
And that ratio of sleet to snow, which when we're looking and forecasting this system with sleet versus snow, sleet is going to eat out your snow totals. And I believe it's a ½ inch of sleet equals 1 inch of snow. So there's a ratio there that you have to have a lot more kind of water vapor, moisture for sleet rather than snow. Just how it goes. But yeah, we were thankful to see mostly snow across the area, but sleet did impact some of those totals, especially southeast of the metro. And that changeover happened throughout the system. So like we started off with snow and then maybe occasionally a little bit of sleet would get mixed in, and that has to do with the temperature profiles. So it's not just the temperatures here at the surface that matter. You can actually have snow falling even when it's warmer than 32 degrees. So it happens to do with the temperatures aloft, and there is technically a snow growth zone aloft. I think it's -12, -15, -17 for temperatures aloft. And in that snow zone, you have to have water vapor and moisture to get snow to develop. And when that happens and it falls through the atmosphere, and if there's any small layer in the atmosphere that technically is warmer than 32, then it's going to melt a little bit, refreeze as it falls back into a cold layer. So it's just how winter atmospheric physics goes, if you want to call it that.
Right.
But it is technical, and you can get that change up, that mixed bag, which is also why forecasting winter weather is so incredibly difficult.
It is
in this area.
tricky.
So we know that it's very, very tough. But going forward, we're kind of seeing the end in sight for the snow. So that's good, but not the cold and not the travel issues either. The travel issues are going to stay with us for a while. So, of course, check in on school closures for tomorrow. I'm sure some of those will come in today, because I would imagine there's going to be some schools out tomorrow just with roads and how cold it is. But that's not my call to make or our call to make, but we'll check in on your schools too coming up and be ready and looking for those closures if they do come in. And so we're getting our storm trackers ready to go. We have Vaughn Castor, who Stephen talked to, off to the east over by Tahlequah. We'll have, of course, our guys in the metro this morning as we're looking at road conditions. And shout out to all the road crews for working so long and through this system, and everybody that had to be out in the system, because there's some folks that can't just stay home. They have to go into work, and we know that can be a treacherous drive at times. But right now you can see here on the map that snow continues to fall, and it's a band pretty much orientated from the northeast back to the southwest. And this is the heaviest band that we have. This is probably going to be the heaviest band, the last of it, and then everything else, as I mentioned, will be very light, more flurries, just kind of extremely light snow, and the final snows later this morning wouldn't really probably add to our accumulation. This band definitely could. So that's what we have at this time, and then temperatures. and road conditions here. So temperatures are very cold, but wind chills obviously are the more important number because this is what it feels like to your body. The wind chills out in Broken Arrow, out in BA are -13, -12 in Owasso, -9 in Sapulpa. I would think the majority of this weekend, especially from Tulsa north, would be safe to say that we spent a lot of it sub-zero. I don't even know. I didn't check yesterday afternoon if we did get above 0 in the wind chill. We may have. It would have been very, very close, but I don't think it would have been by much. So you can latest update there, -14 in Claremore. So the air is cold. There's still a little bit of a wind this morning, and it's leading to some pretty serious wind chills. Now, frostbite, Chloe looked this up yesterday. And frostbite, when you get down to about -5 to -10 for the wind chill, it can take about 30 minutes for unexposed skin to start to have frostbite signs. So that's why when the kids want to go outside today, make sure that they have their mittens, their gloves on. If any of that gets wet, we were out yesterday, and I mean, the hats get wet when they fall in the snow, the gloves eventually get wet. When their clothes start to get wet, you have to go inside because then that keeps the moisture there and it just gets colder and colder. And for kids, I mean, those frostbite signs can set in a little bit sooner. So watch them if they start to get red, and they will beg you to stay out. Let me tell you, they will beg you to stay out, but you got to just bring them inside to take those warm breaks and have some hot chocolate or some hot cocoa. I don't know, but you definitely got to take those breaks. And so it was fun. It was really fun.
Good. I mean, I could tell you from, well, I mean, so surprised, but I mean, just doing out yesterday afternoon, leaving work, going home, I was trying to go outside to take pictures for a few minutes and had to take my gloves off for a second to use my phone. I mean, within like 10 seconds of my gloves being off, I was like, my hands feel like they're going numb already. I mean, like seriously, within seconds. And I was like, I mean, so it's, don't go out without gloves.
No,
put it that way.
and that's why I feel like you got so many pictures yesterday of dogs.
Right.
Dogs, rather than kids in the snow.
Yes.
Yesterday morning, we didn't have too many kids out in the snow. Those pictures obviously came in later in the day. But at first, yesterday morning, we were in our newscast. It was all dogs.
All
pretty much.
dogs. We were just, it was so funny to see, but also so fun because a lot of folks send in videos of dogs playing in the backyard and they're doing their zoomies because, you know, it energizes them. I really think so. I mean, I've seen a lot of dogs and they just zoom around in the snow.
Yeah, you'll have to pull up some of those pictures and videos that we had. And she'll have more, obviously, pictures and videos for the 6 a.m. show as we go into that. You also have to protect your pets too. So they want to be out, but you have to make sure that they're also being safe with their paws getting wet, walking on salt. That is very, very bad for their paws. You want to make sure that you're wiping them off and keeping them clean and not any salt is getting stuck there. And they have to have a warm and dry shelter because not all pets are obviously indoor pets. If you can bring them inside, you need to bring them inside because they may not survive if they're out in the cold, especially if they don't have a warm and dry shelter and access to fresh water. Again, that's not the case for all animals, but they have to be taken care of to get through these nights. And so that's also, I mean, it's dangerously cold and will be again tonight. Will probably be again, you know, as we go forward this week. And then you talk about all the snow that's on the ground too, and the refreezing, Stephen, that we're going to see kind of as the week plays out. So that's going to be an issue. I mean, how long do you think we're going to last with that? Probably all week.
Yeah, I mean, I would say most mornings this week, bare minimum Monday and Tuesday morning. There's going to be a lot of the refreezing and melting and refreezing going on. Hopefully, you know, further into the week as more roads just get cleared, that'll become less of an issue. But yeah, I mean, it'll be kind of a nagging issue for the morning drive and, you know, the evening, nighttime drive through most of the week, just because it's, you know, it's been quite a bit of snow, and it's going to take a while for all of it to properly melt away and get off the roads.
And so with melting, you can get melting to happen when the temperatures are still below freezing with the sunlight.
Yeah.
So that can happen, and even though again we may not get above 32 Monday, we're still going to see some of that snow start to melt because you're getting sunlight and it's absorbing the sunlight. Yeah. So that can create obviously water, and then it refreezes at night.
And I mean, it will get better, obviously. We get into Monday and Tuesday and things start melting off a little more, start getting plowed. Obviously, it'll be better than it is right now. But I mean, we talk about this all the time. I've heard Alan talk about it a lot, is that we get, you know, several, you know, once we're past the winter storm and we're still dealing with, you know, icy spots into the early middle portions of the week, and everyone, you know, all drivers, us included, you have a tendency to start going, okay, I'm really tired of this. And you get a little more careless on the roads, and you're maybe going too fast.
And then hit a patch.
And it just happens. We just see it happen every time when we think, oh, we're past the worst of the storm, things are getting better, and then we end up having a traffic morning or traffic night that's way worse than it was during the storm because people start going too fast. And
yeah, you almost get too comfortable is really what it is.
So
and you're not like watching for those spots.
So that's what the first half of this week is going to be, is being like, okay, still kind of go slow. Let's wait for everything to get totally off the roads before you just start, barreling down the highways at highway speeds again.
Exactly. And then Chloe, you have something of like a good explainer here.
Yeah,
of that black ice.
I think either you or Stephen actually made this, but this is great advice that anyone, if we can pull it up right here, don't use cruise control. I am I'm very guilty of using cruise control all the time.
She likes her cruise control.
I love my cruise control.
Cruise.
We are not doing that this week. That is a big one. Avoid changing lanes unless necessary, especially when other cars are around. You just don't want to grip the steering wheel and yank it really quickly. That's going to be a pretty big issue right there. And steer and brake with smooth and precise movement. So you just have to be really careful, allow extra time. That's going to be really important this week. And it's just the fact that it's going to be so cold in the mornings. I know a lot of kiddos aren't going to be in school tomorrow morning, but they're going to be in school at some point.
We'll have to see what the superintendents want to do on that. But they will be in school at some point this week, that's for sure.
At some point, yep. And they're going to need to bundle up at that bus stop. It's
Absolutely.
going to be very, very cold.
But of course, if you go out and about today and you obviously be careful with it, but send us photos, send us videos of how you're kind of enjoying the snow. If you are, highs today, what was your forecast for today? Into the upper teens later?
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at that actually. Yes.
It's still very cold today. Very, very cold.
Still very cold. Yes, we're going to be in the teens, about 17 degrees here in Tulsa. And the clouds are going to linger at least the first half of the day today. If anything, clouds may break. It looked like one model was kind of showing that we may see a bit of a break in the clouds the latter half of the day today, especially in our northern counties. But aside from that, mostly cloudy throughout the day. We may not even see sunshine at all throughout the day today, but you could see a couple of breaks in the clouds. That north wind is going to hang around throughout the day. And then tomorrow morning is the big one. Negatives for those actual temperatures, -3 degrees here in Tulsa. So that's going to be the actual temperature. We've already had wind chills in the negatives, but for the real temperature at the ground surface, -3, -4, even parts of far northeastern Oklahoma, Veneta, Grove, Miami, -7 as you're out the door Monday morning. And so that's going to be a really, really cold morning, but wind chills even chillier by tomorrow morning. We won't give away the full forecast quite yet, but Pawhuska, -10 degrees. So it's going to be anywhere from -5 to -10 plus. I wouldn't be surprised if it's even greater than that.
I personally am a little tired of this.
I'm over it.
We'd like to warm things up and just kind of be back to our typical January days. I would love that, but that's okay. My daughter turned 3 yesterday. It was her 3rd birthday, and it snowed the day she was born. In fact, we were having we're prepping for a pretty big winter storm. That was the donut hole snowstorm of Tulsa.
I don't need to be reminded about that one.
It's the classic, I feel like. So it snowed that day on her birthday, the day literally she was born, and then it snowed this year. So she's technically 2 for 4 birthdays. I was saying 2 for 3 birthdays, but it's technically 4 if you count like the actual day she came into the world. So
did it snow last? It was January 9th and 10th,
it was earlier,
right?
Yes,
so it was a couple days earlier.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So there wasn't snow on the ground for her birthday last year, right?
I don't remember. Okay. No, I don't think so.
Probably not, because we're already at this is her birthday, the 24th.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Probably not then, but yeah.
We took her balloons out, and when you have helium balloons, the cold kind of makes them settle a little bit, kind of makes them sink a little bit. Yes. So the more things you learn. You should have seen me walking out of that balloon store on Friday when the winds were about 40-mile-per-hour gusts, trying to hold on tight to those balloons. It was tight. But thank you guys for joining us. We're going to hop off here because we have to get ready and set, and our production crews have to get ready too for our 6 a.m. newscast. So a special 6 in the morning newscast for us, extended version here to kind of finish out this winter storm, get you prepped for the week ahead, talk about what's to come, kind of get ready for the snow to move out. So snow will continue to fall for a little bit longer here. We'll have the full timeline and of course the impacts, and our crews are out. So we'll talk to reporters and get you all the information you need to finish out the weekend, get started with work week. There's going to be a lot of church closings too, or maybe going on to online services. I shouldn't say close, but a lot of church services if they're not in person today. So check your church's Facebook page, their websites. So check for those, and they may do online services instead for folks that don't want to go out and get obviously on the roads and be cold. So stay warm, stay home, stay safe. We'll talk more here coming up at 6 a.m. Thanks for joining us.